And like magic, there we go. Sound. Yay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Whoops, forgot. Deck talk. 1 second. Dreadful sound. What do you mean dreadful sound? Audio's not bad, right? Crackling sound. Like, right. Test. Okay, how about now? Is that better?
Deck Talk is now online.
End of line.
Dogfuss McDodgerson subscribed at Tier 3. They've subscribed for 32 months. And says swinging by to say hey.
End of line.
Is the crackle on the deck talk as well? Dogface, thank you for the tier 3 sub and for 32 months there. All right, I'm going to restart the audio interface entirely, but that shouldn't affect is my mic now crackling? My mic is crackling as well. Because that shouldn't be possible. All right, I'm just going to restart OBS. Okay, so here's now sound where I'm talking. I'm just going to assume that that doesn't fix it. And then I'm going to... You know, I really actually don't know what it's going to be here. How? If it's impacting my microphone, then it has to be hardware somewhere. just going to restart that camera, which is what has the mic on it. Is me talking now to see if that changes anything. See if that does same. Okay, one moment. All right, here is a different audio encoder, maybe. I don't know what, still...
Ultimate says going to chuck a CHER 100 at the hype train so that we don't miss it due to leaves on the audio line.
End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, well, I guess I'm going to have to restart OBS at home, which sucks. The deck talk seems to have an unrelated issue, because I hear the crackle on that. I can't hear my own mic at all, thankfully. That's stupid. All right. Killing the stream entirely. Okay, how about now? How does it sound now? OBS on the server was restarted, same. Okay. It's fixed and the same. Oh my gosh, sounds better. Okay. I'm just gonna talk.
Dodgerson says it just fixed itself. CHER 100.
End of line.
Okay.
David Phantom subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for
Making
38
a
months.
risky time to do that.
38 month streak. And says hello.
End of line.
Dogface, thank you for the 100 bits. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I already did that one, though. I rescind that. Thank you. David, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 38 months there. I appreciate that. Okay. Give us a long, extended ah. Ah. There you go. Still periodic stutters. Yeah, but when people start to say it's better, but not fixed, but better, that still means that it's bad. No, I'm not going to accept managing it for now, because then I look back at...
CHER 100.
End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. Every time I hear it's tolerable or something like that, then I go back and watch it and it was miserable. So, all right. Nothing has changed. I haven't restarted the ATEM. Let me try that. Okay, so that's ATEM rebooted. I will keep talking to see how that sounds to get a response if it's any different or not. I don't know if it will be. The ATEM gets audio over HDMI, so if it had an issue, all better. Bed's been a while. Sounds perfect now. I think that was the fix. Weird, but okay. All right then. Wacky ATEM problem. That's concerning. Huh, okay. Set up the whole hardware or stream with nothing but hardware, and then the hardware has the flaws.
100. I can't think of anything smart today, but I swear I will not use emojis with DeckTalk 300.
End of line.
RHK, thank you for the 400 bits there. Oh, man. Just front-loaded all the problems, smooth sailing? Yeah, sure. OBS restart did do something? I don't think it did. Additionally, we're now using H.265. We'll see how long that holds up. So, yeah. Helen Croft, there's a bonus problem that it could have been. So you know how it flashed that, like, wrong color space frame there for a moment? So when I turned on the Tascam, which embeds the audio, or the analog audio in the HDMI signal.
Was not supposed to think now it's all a curse. 100.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100-bit swarm. The Tascam embeds audio into the HDMI signal, and when I turned it on, it was doing the bad color space thing to the ATEM. I did not restart the ATEM after that, so that might have been the issue. So that gets another step added to the list where if the color space is wrong, color will impact audio for some reason. But okay, let's go ahead and continue. All right, let me start over again. That way people can actually hear what it is I'm trying to say. So today we're going to attempt to get the second serial card in the Micronova to not block booting. That's basically it. We want to get it booted where the second serial card is active somehow. So I know Ben has been looking at some stuff related to that. I have not had a chance to because I have to do so much other stuff when I'm not on camera. So I have not advanced this project at all. And the only thing that's happened is I've now forgotten what I did last time. So the only thing that I know we need to do is probably move the card back to the slot that it was originally in, because apparently the Micronova does have interrupt jumpers on the back that I never noticed because they're in the middle of the backplane, which is a stupid place for them to be. But anyway, so we're going to first off here turn on this camera, which was weirdly cold. That was how I knew it was off. And then we're going to pop on over to the modern system and the dasher terminal and get it going. And for those of you who missed yesterday, you'll see in the webcam view over there, there's a dasher, and you'll notice, yes, in fact, there is a second dasher right there. There's two of them. There's only one keyboard in the office, but there are two dashers now. It's pretty incredible. We're going to try and make a keyboard adapter at some point, but I don't have any of the parts in, but it looks like it's going to be very, very doable. All right. So, I currently have the second serial card one slot up higher than it can be, so we're going to move it down. Which is annoying because now I have to undo the back plate thing where it slots in. This is annoying. PS2 to Dasher 1 is going to be USB to Dasher. Nonchalantly doing brain surgery on a 50-year-old computer, yeah. So let's pull this out, pull it down here. Yeah, Wesley, it feels so weird to be so comfortable with this hardware now. All right, and plugging this cable back in here now. Boop. Okay. That thing is ready to go. USB, that's a crime? No, it's planning ahead. All right. So now, just going to turn on nothing because none of that's plugged into power. One moment. Let's get some power. Okay. One floppy drive, plug, one computer. No, that's an air hose. One computer, plug, flip the switch, pop that on the floor, because at this point, if these things blow up, I would be shocked. Turn that on. Should be an XT keyboard, yeah. Whoopsie, sorry, distracted. Talk cards to Chloe. Just move the cards down so they're all on the bottom. Yes. Which is how they were originally. I had moved it up just as a random, maybe this is it test. Okay, let me turn on the terminal really quick so that it will actually capture some stuff. And then I will mess with wiggling the composite connector so the video sync actually works. I'm not gonna be able to do the small screen composite capture today still, unfortunately, so we just have to deal with that, but we'll have full screen composite capture when we get to that point. All right, now the computer. Let's not trip and fall over a power strip. That would be preferable. All right, computer. Boom. I didn't get anything on the terminal. I'm going to assume that I've got the serial stuff configured weirdly, so we'll just move on. All right, over to here. If I hit Control X, it should yell at me, but it's not. Okay, that's fun. I didn't plug the serial cable in upside down again, did I? By the way, the serial cable that plugs into, oh, I plugged it into current loop like an idiot. Rip.
Subscribed at tier 1.
Serial matrix.
Subscribed for 38 months currently.
Holy moly, that's a long message.
Free. And says the generaling of data will continue until data generals with datas and extra generals with data topping and general source are able to enjoy general data and data generally in the general format with data configured to be data and generals designed to be generals. Using data to data while use data in your data and generals who general
Perfect.
while you general your general.
End of line.
Taters Games, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 20 or 38 months there. Taters Games, tier 1 sub, 38 months, yes. Having a brain crank over there. Okay. This is not the Micronova. This is the serial matrix crosspoint switcher thing. We have to connect 3 to 7 here to make that.
100 TB data general needs support from major input of private data.
End of line.
Okay, apparently I have this thing very disabled. Internal modem. I have not typed that. If I restart it, it will say internal, but then sometimes it switches to internal modem. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's me. Pretty sure it's not me. All right, one moment. Let me get on over to the other computer. I'm gonna try to infernal, yeah. I guess I can press a button so you guys can actually see what it is I'm doing over here. Wow. Okay. What serial ports do we have? We have a bunch. Come on, give me a minicom command. Minicom. I don't want to have to type. I don't care that I've pressed up more than the other letters it would take to run the minicom command at this point. Just give me minicom. Come on. There we go. Okay, so is this it? It's probably not that one. So it's minicom 1. Hey, okay. Dodgy bit in the RAM config. What do you mean RAM? Oh, and the maybe? I don't know. All right, so first off, I want to configure 7, and I want to allow it to do supervisor stuff. There we go. So for giggles, now if I go back over to this, now I think it can run commands. So it can connect itself to 3 now. Okay, but I'm still not getting anything from the Micronova. Sometimes it's a booger, so it could be that. let's see. Where are the problems? Oh. Well, that's not going to help. I know exactly what the problem is. Okay, I need to turn off the computer, and I got to swap the serial cables, because for some reason I thought it was a good idea, apparently, last time, to swap them. So, primary async card closer to the CPU than the secondary. The console debug card is closer to the CPU. What am I doing? Oh, I'm turning the computer off. Because I don't trust nothing. All right. Stupid, complicated connectors. Okay. Ow, pokey. Okay, this one goes there. And this one goes there. All right, now I can turn the computer back on, and we'll probably get a console. Why? Huh?
Spauken subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 36 months and says 3 years. Wowzers.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 36 months. I appreciate that. Have I mentioned how I don't like how those connectors plug into the back?
JOHNLEGO 100 has subscribed at Tier 1.
Oh, I
They've
really hate how they
subscribed for
plug
4
in.
months.
Oh my gosh.
End of line.
John Lego, thank you for the 3 months, or the 4 months of Tier 1 there. One moment. Just one moment. When you see these parts here that stick out, all right, these are card edge connectors that go over that. There are gold fingers on these on the serial cards, okay? So these are card edge connectors. They just push on. These things here are like metal wedges that poke out that are made of spring steel. When you go to put these things in here, you have to pull them apart and push the connector in at the same time. So you need 4 hands, all right? That sucks. Now, what just happened was I went to put this connector on, and it was misaligned, and it pushed against the card edge and pushed the card out of socket. That's what just happened. Now, what happened, or that's what happened before it actually showed something. Now, what just now happened is when I pushed the card back in, it pushed the connector out of alignment. Now, it's making slight connection on this side, probably good enough, but now I'm going to go turn the machine off again, take this connector out, which again, you need 4 hands to be able to do, and then I'm going to try to plug it back in. Then I have to go back around to the other side of the machine, make sure it didn't push the card out again. Really.
Coon says CHEER 100 SO we need to clone shall be right.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Okay, I think we're all good.
Willie please subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 28 months. And says vintage computer fun.
End of line.
Fun, sure. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Willie Fleet, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 28 months. I appreciate that. Okay. The terminal is working. I can now replug all of this back into the cables that they should be plugged into. You know, the connectors that they should be plugged into. Okay. This is still working. Why is pressing carriage return? It shouldn't even be possible to type those characters here. Okay, this is a problem with the cross-point switch, because if I just plug it in directly, it works like it should. So what's going on with the cross-point switch? Can we just throw all the computers away? Why? All right, let's look at the settings. Reboot? No, then I lose all my configs. All right, port 3, how are you configured? Well, that's wrong. Okay, this should be 6 and 3, and there we go. Hey, it works! Yay! Woohoo! All right. The rep signal being driven to 60 hertz with the keyboard controller adapted to divide it into something sensible. Apparently not. Oh, no, it's bam. It's super fast. Yeah, it rocks. You want to dump memory? Yeah, no, it goes. Okay. Let's see here. Now, how do we want to handle... I mean, I guess we just try booting and seeing what the second serial port does. So... I don't know what's in there. Let's find out. Whee! Looks like it's a sysgen disk. Oh wow, it crashed. What a surprise. Okay, there's no disk in the other one. All right. Same panic code, at least we know that wasn't the wiring. Okay. Yeah, you're saying it should work even without a terminal connected, right? Because we can not connect Dasher to it. I mean, kind of, but not easily. So, here's the thing. I forgot about something yesterday. I need this connector as well. This is the one that goes into the Dasher for serial. And yeah, I forgot I got to order that too, because I don't have that connector. It's not quite, oh, I didn't realize I put basically two of the same picture in there. It's not quite the AT power connector. So I need to get some of those. Yeah, hope they can cancel it. I don't think it's going to happen. Additionally, I need to order some capacitors too for something else. So another Mauser order is just in my future. So I could use some assistance identifying that, because I don't know what that is offhand. But yeah, so we can't connect the other one to serial easily right now. Technically, I do have a cable that has two of those connectors on it, because I have the point-to-point cable from the terminal tester kit. Is that millimeter? It's always millimeter. But that would, at best, allow me to connect the two terminals together, which is useless. And I'm not cutting it in half. So I don't have that option. So I need to find that connector. Alrighty. So what do we do? Okay. Swapping card device IDs. Do you still think you want to... You think we still want to swap card IDs? Do we know how? I don't remember how. No, it's bigger in every way than DuPont. You would try it? Begin reforming HDD caps? We need to solve the problems we have now first before we make new ones. Additionally, we're going to get software done with the Micronova, and then we're going to say bye to it for a while, because I have to do other things, and the hard drive is going to be an all-focus objective. I'm not going to be able to work on other projects at the same time. So, yeah, just moving a couple jumpers, stack a card to the first. Yeah. But it means I got to pull the... Wow, that was fast, Remdog Cap. Dang. All right. Well, connector probably found. What that really means, Ben, is I'm going to pull the card out and I'm going to look it over for defects. Because if I have to pull all the cards out, I'm just going to look for cracked solder joints first. So that's going to take a while. So let's get started on that. I might not be able to. I might not have my speed booster adapter for Micro Four Thirds here. Or, no, I need the hollow one. I don't know where that ended up. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, so I'm not going to have the reversing ring lens, so I'm not going to be able to show you guys stuff, and that's going to actually make it slightly more difficult for me to identify problems as well. Not that one, at least not yet. So that'll be fun. All right. This isn't a tangent, this is just sensible diagnostics. If I have to pull the card out, it makes sense to look it over for the thing that's been a problem for every single piece of data general hardware we've looked at. All right. Giant floppy drive, time to move. Let me just touch the block, because, you know, I'm sure that didn't generate any static electricity. Okay. One Micronova serial card. Why are all of these cables tangled together? So frustrating. Okay. Ugh. Let me grab flashlight so I can hit this at weird angles. Let me also actually close the Micronova front door. Okay. The serial card issue is really annoying. This is a very last minute issue. All right. That's wrong. That's right. And I'll hit that. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, the card ID jumpers are here, and we'll adjust those later or something. But for right now, I'm going to look at the back. And I'm going to see if I can find any bad solder joints. Let's go with that. Okay, I do not have my zoom lens available. I mean, I have it, it's sitting right there, but I have no way to attach it because I lost my lens adapter. That pin doesn't look amazing. This is too bright. Okay. Oh, why is it out of focus? There we go. Now you can see the whole thing. At least compared to the other cards, this one looks pretty good. Just one thing that seems a little odd. It's one of these sockets. Oh. That's not as likely to be an issue. Yeah, especially because it connects on top. That's probably fine. See, the reason it kind of sucks to start looking for what you call it, cracked solder joints first is there's literally hundreds or thousands of solder joints on the board. You have no idea where it could be. So that's why I don't normally start with this. Because you can easily look over the whole board, miss it, and then think it's not that. But diagnosing this is also not going to be a fun proposition, so we'll just see. So far, it's not looking like it. This cap looks a little terrible, but it is just a cap, so meh. Yeah, I don't see anything that's immediately making me think that's it. So, all right. Bad solder joint. Oh my gosh. All right, so we're gonna take out both async cards, and then we're just gonna swap the jumpers. This one has the console debug ROM stuff here. That's what that is. Which in theory should not be affected by changing the IDs. So should be move these two over to here, if I remember correctly. There is one here, but I think that is port speed. So we don't want to change that. All right. I should use the pliers for this. Kind of hate this jumper wire. I want to fix it a little. All right. Let's pull these out. Transfer them. Okay, now in theory, this one will be the one where the console debug interface shows up, and this one will be the one that doesn't work, in theory. Which means I'm going to have to swap those stupid connectors in the back, which I should probably just do now while the cards aren't in there. Or I should just pull them out. Then I'll only plug the one in. Ugh. Okay. Wow. There we go. Now we put cards back in with the ESD strap on. This is now the secondary card address. And this one is now primary. Why do I have a bunch of custom jumpers right there? What did I change? Is that for odd data bits or something? All right, now I go plug the port for the terminal into the top card. Then I come around to the front to make sure the top card didn't get pushed out. It did not. Okay. Now, in theory, I don't even need to turn the disk drives on, so I'm just going to turn on the terminal. I'm going to set this, make sure it properly syncs the video signal. Okay. Now I'm just going to turn on the computer with it on this view, and we'll see if we get a console line. Huh. Oh, you know what? Baud rate set different. I think we determined it was set to 1200. Was it 1200 none? Is it 300? Huh. All right, well, let's figure out what the baud rate was. It's whatever I had the console set to start with. And mini-com thing, the serial switcher. Okay. Do I have a photo of the jumpers, or have they been moved? What do you mean? Is this what shows the terminal setup, or... Hold on. Oh, well, we didn't. Okay, hold on. No, we want technical reference, latest possible. So we're going to look up the answer if you had the photo for it on the wiki was accurate. I have not changed the jumpers for the serial card, the second one, for the baud rate or whatever. Wait, that's the IC reference. Technical reference? What? Yeah, depending on which manual turns out to be right. So that's why we need the later one. Okay, then we look at this. Okay, so this is the later manual. So we're only 13. Okay. Now parity is 17. And is there literally no alt scroll is horizontal scroll? Good job, Ocular. Okay, so 15 is out. None is out. So it should be 300 none. And I'm not getting anything. I'll try to reading the bits backwards. Oh, you're correct. In, out. So it should be 12. Okay. Yeah, not getting anything. I'm going to restart the computer. Do a full hardware cycle. Yeah, not getting anything. So that's not great. Ugh. So I populated a whole bunch of these on the other one. So let me explain this. I am currently at odd, parity, and 110 baud But more importantly, the dial is pointed straight up. I'm now going to hold, repeat, and carriage return. I'm going to cycle the dial all the way around slowly. So that's a position where it does something. I don't actually know what character that is. Is that tilde? I don't even see tilde. So I'm now pointed straight down, which just go look at a photo of the back of a dasher. I don't remember what that is. Coming around again here. What we should be seeing is an exclamation point, but we're not. And that's now a full cycle. So I'm going to go from odd parity down one click. Here to none parity. And I'm going to repeat the cycle. So I'm starting to go through every possible baud rate, trying to see if any of them give me the correct. They did not for a full rotation, so I'm going to go down to even parity, and I'm going to cycle the baud rate. And I did not get the correct response. Is that a lowercase c? What even is that? This is a second serial card? Yeah, so let me explain for you, Soggy. The ID for the second serial card has been set to the ID of the first serial card. The ID has been swapped. So we're attempting to use the second serial card to interface with the console debug ROM. But the second serial card seems to be acting strangely. Also, if you didn't see it yesterday, I got that second dasher working. The CRT needs a full recap, but it totally works. Here's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to pull the two serial cards out again, and then make sure that they are set to exactly the same jumper settings. Because the stop bits are currently none. The length of the data bits are currently 8, which is kind of weird because I think this thing only runs in 7. So, well, that's not quite true because Ben thinks that they do something else and these keys would be responsible for that. Wait a minute, what? Oh, I accidentally flipped to local. Legitimate amount of text? What do you mean? 7-bit terminal, 8-bit doesn't go out to the serial line. Yeah, no. So let me explain what I was doing here as the test, Soggy. So there's the 3 parity settings. I was setting the terminal, you know how I had the rotator knob for the baud rates? I was holding the repeat key and carriage return, which with the console debug ROM should be printing a bunch of the exclamation point character. Then I'm rotating the baud rate knob until it does something like that. But we should be seeing exclamation points, not whatever that is, maybe tilde, I don't know. It's kind of responding back though, but it's never responding back with what it should be here. So that is now a full cycle of all baud rates. So I will drop it down from odd parity to none parity, and I will repeat the same test, cycling through all of the baud rates. And we're getting similar, if not the same results, but similar, because we didn't get the tilde block character repeat there, so that didn't do anything. So now I'm going to flip it down to even parity, cycle through everything again. And we're still not getting the exclamation point through any of it, and that is now a full cycle. So however it is configured currently, if it is a configuration issue, it's not possible to use with the dasher. Portizo, the debug card or console, the debug console ROM gets loaded into address space, regardless of what you're using it with. So any serial port card set to the primary address should be able to use it. It's basically like an extra thing, just throw it onto the serial card. It just makes sense to put it on the serial card because you would only use it with a terminal. So would put in jumpers W16, 18 not in because that'll be 7N1. Why wouldn't I want? Because serial line with the scope. Yeah, we're not doing probing yet. That is like an hour to set that up correctly, so we're not doing that yet. Yeah. Sorry, audio dropout. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't I what? Why wouldn't I configure it for 7N1? Wondering if the console debugs ROMs override something or not? I'm not sure what you mean. So in theory, I believe the way that the console debug works is that we just have this section over here, which is the console debug section. I think it just presents as basically the PROM card on here. This, I don't know if it's going to cover this. But I think it just acts like a PROM card kind of stuck onto... Oh, okay, Ben, got it. Got it. So we currently have it set to, I don't have a photo of it apparently. Okay, let me pull out both cards, see what we have it set to. And then we'll try and match them. Oh, you know what else I could do? Nah, that sounds like a pain in the butt. I was going to say I could cycle through the settings on the matrix serial thing, but yeah. So it doesn't have any connection to the async side as far as I can see. Yeah. So I think it's just a PROM alongside the other thing. All right. So shutting off the computer. ESD strap. And now I'm going to yoink both cards. I don't need to yoink both, but I'm gonna. And now we're going to configure the second card to definitely be 7N1. Now, Ben, I would like you to see the jumpers on the card that has the console debug ROM, so you can see how that's configured. Keep in mind that 15 is bent over, that's not connected to 16 there. Like you got the second serial card set up as a primary card now, but I'm wondering if the console debug card defaults using that port that's built into the same card. I don't think it would. Maybe a sanity check. I don't know if there is a way to check that. You're saying maybe just try and plug into this card with that being the only one that's installed. 15, 18, and 17. Yes. I'm just going to mirror these. I'm just going to set them to the same thing. So that'll be 19,200, 7, odd 1. Oh, this is 7 odd 1, not 7N1. I have it set to odd because 7N1 is not a standard configuration. So that's why it's set this way. Okay, I need the thinnest possible jumpers. Because this sucks. Okay. Are you kidding me? That's 7 odd 2? You sure that's 2 stop bits? Hold on, I need to not show blood on Twitch. Also, preferably not get blood on my ESD strap, although that will only make it more conductive, so maybe that's not, you know, the worst thing. W16 is 1, went in, 2, went out. Well, I don't even know how to set. You sure? W16 out. It's just respiratory jam from lunch. Hold on. Port 7 config. Yeah, I have it set to 1, and it works. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna. W16 in, 2 out. Yeah, I got it over here too. The actual schematics are what you sent though. Okay, you done bleeding yet? Okay, close enough. So 16 is 1. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just gonna configure the other one this way. I'm gonna set it for the same baud rate too. Okay. Like I said though, these whatever things here need like the thinnest jumper links you've ever used. They're super annoying. Oh my gosh, let me grab this. Oh, is this one thin enough? Just 2 stop it. Doesn't really matter unless you're absolutely hammering bytes at the thing. Well, I mean, the decoder has to know how to do it though. So it has to be set up correctly. Is that one thin enough? Ah! Well, it fit. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. Stop bit is in idle state. I have no idea what you mean. Okay. Ah! I pinched it and then it exploded away. So what I'm doing here that you can't see, I keep all of the resistor legs and stuff that I cut off, and I put. So I'm looking through these for super thin ones that will actually fit in the jumper holes. So this one I don't think is thin enough, but I'll just double check. It is not. I'm just trying to find thin ones. Ooh. That one seems thin. As does that one. Maybe this one. So those ones can go back. This is the working card. So that one was always working. I'm just going to mirror the card that's not working to this one for the configuration. So the one that has 17, 18, and 15 set, I know works with the dasher. Yeah, that one, that's too thick. Oh my gosh, these are so thin. Does dasher not have a setting for 8? No, it doesn't. It is black screen only. No. That's it. Parity and baud rate. You know, maybe it's time I finally cracked open my enamel wire. Although that's meant to be coated, so it's not gonna do well on this either. That's a thin one, I think. Maybe this. Possibly that. Those together. Reject those. Ooh, now that one seems super thin. Maybe that one. That one. That one. Okay. Positive, your calipers were zeroed for the connector measurements. For some reason, measure first 3 images don't match the drawing, but everything else matches. I definitely zeroed it, but like how far off? Because if you're talking about the pin pitch, it's just a giant hole. I can't get the probes to center on anything perfectly. Or the jaws, I should say. That one fit, finally. All right. Going simple on it, set it to 7N1. Well, that would be simple, but I know it works with the dasher if I set it to what the right card is set to. It's a different kind of simple. But 7N1 is also not a standard serial port configuration. If it works with the dasher, that's the only thing it'll work with. I don't know what to tell you, Rumduck. That one will fit well enough. Get where you're coming from. Just trying to choose simplest setup for debugging for both serial cards. And iterate. Yeah. Let me do this, and then we'll do something else. As far as if we're going to test a different configuration. I really want to test this. Okay, I need 2 more still. It's so hard to find the thin ones. You could also ask Coley what they ordered, because I saw that they ordered some. Because there's apparently something in the 4 that uses the same connector. Oh my gosh, I hate these jumpers so much. It's solid, but it's bad. Let's try this one. That'll work. The width of the tweezers is too much. The width of the pliers is not enough. Not enough is better. Just keep forgetting to use that instead. Okay. They should now be configured identically. Okay. ESD strap, correct. But no mat, or is it tan map? It's wood. It'll be fine. All right. Ugh, look at all those jumpers. Okay. Run directly into the UART, so some parity setting or some other doesn't work. Diagnostic basically replace UART anyway. Cool. All right, back over to here and here. Dasher is ready to rock. I'm going to switch to that. Let's turn the computer on. Actually, real quick, odd 19200. Because in theory, this should be it. But in reality, it's not. Okay. I'm just going to do the same thing and run through settings. Ooh, that's different at least. Huh. Carriage return and repeat, yes. So it should be printing out exclamation points. That's weird. It's printing the / back here, but it's not doing anything with it. All right, I'm just going to keep spamming it as I rotate through stuff. There you go. Actually, that's 19200 even. So, here's just correct. Ooh, it's not doing the parity right. So that's parity even. 19200, sending back what looks to be about the correct. And if I press new line, yeah, that's also correct. And then that would be 1. Bad news is, rip UART. I think I set it to a lower baud rate. I only changed that piece of wood, I swear. It's only... I'll go back to just 13. Just W13. Can you set the dasher for no parity? Yes, technically, but it doesn't work. It doesn't respond at all. Yeah, you know how long it takes to set up a logic analyzer, Ben. I don't want to do that right now. Yeah, none parity does not work. Even parity does. In the, you know, stupid way. All right, I'm going to go set it to 1200 baud. See what happens. So I think I can change the baud jumpers without actually removing it. Great. The only one that came out is the only one I didn't want to remove. So yeah, now I have to remove the card. All right, putting it on 13 here. This jumper is so misshapen. And it flicked off of my tweezers, and this is going to sound weird. I don't know where it went, and I feel like it could have got stuck in my beard. I can't. I need the camera. It didn't. No, I don't see it there. Okay. Where did it go? Great. That was the only good one. This is one of those times where, you know, the tweezers, you squeeze it and it just pew, shoots off. All right, well, I'm going to put there. Put this one in 13. Okay, so this will be 1200. Here's my theory why I'm going towards this. If the port, I found the gold jumper. If the port is working but behaving poorly, slowing it down might make it behave more correctly. If it behaves the exact same here, then we'll look at other diagnostic options. Oh, God. Dude, I hate those rear connectors so much. Words cannot describe how much I hate them. Okay, didn't poke out. All right. Back to here. I'm going to preemptively set the dasher to 1200. And let's see what happens when I turn it on. That's the correct amount of output. Look at the controller TX side is dodgy, which caused data corruption on transmit. Stuck interrupt, causing stack overflow. Yeah. Floor filing system is not greppable. Why is it parity wrong? Oh, the parity's not wrong. No, it's not recognizing 17. It's not recognizing jumper 17. That's what's going on. Okay, I want to pull the card out one more time, look at jumper 17. See if that could be why odd parity is not working. We're apparently set to 1207E1. Because jumper 17 is not being registered, it seems, maybe. Both sides are connected. Yeah, I'm going to just replace it with this one. We'll see what happens. Could replace it with the gold one. Yeah, I think you're going to be right, Ben, in that it's going to be I/O output. You know what chip that is offhand? Oh, well, it doesn't matter because it's not like there's reference designators on here. Psst, that would be too convenient. Okay. One. Oh, that does not go in there. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm using the gold one. Maybe this will actually fit. Not really. Hmm. Well, it should at least be more conductive. Okay, let's see if that sets it to odd. So the biggest one near me, that's the UART. I mean the I/O whatever output chip. I just want to know if it's a data general chip or if it's a off-the-shelf one. Basically, how screwed am I? Hold on, just gonna see if I luck out here. Of course not. Why would I? It's definitely a DG custom chip. Delightful. Ugh. Okay. What? Oh, I'm stupid. What? Or... There it is. Okay. Yeah, the odd parity jumper link thing just does not work. All right. The part's probably from 1975, F1. I'm gonna guess that it doesn't. Okay. If we have enough time, I don't know if I have enough in me for logic analyzing today. That is not what I really wanted to do today. No, I do not want a pizza. We tried W16, though. That should set between 1 and 2 stop bits. No. No, the cards weren't set the same. I can only have both in there. I thought it was going to be a software problem today. I really didn't think we'd be doing hardware debugging. Oh, man. All right. So jumper 17 is going to pin 39. I think you said that's what it should go to, Ben. It is connecting through, but it's not working. Okay, what is the custom data general part? Is pin 4 ground? Because here's how the jumpers work. There is a bar that connects them all and it goes to a bus. So I just went to one of the other sides of the jumpers and connected to pin 39. So whether or not that's high or low, I don't know, but it is connected to pin 39. I was more concerned about it being the, correct jumper. I'm just going to get my phone here. Oh! Okay. AY 5. 5, 10, 13. Yeah, the U numbers don't really help. Why are the pins not just called RX and TX on here? Is this one of them stupid ones? It's just like multiple serial ports in one. Serial outputs line. Bit by bit. Okay, so it's pin 25. Dasher has been connected directly to the card for these tests. One, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. Well, that's curious. Well, here's the big problem, Ben. 603s are these. It's not allowed to be that. So I'm not even going to entertain that idea right now. The curious thing, here, let me zoom this in. If it's a 603, we're done. It's dead. I can't fix it. '21, 22, 23, 24, 25 goes to this jumper. Which has an alternate position over here. I know that's the serial output. Why is there an optional jumper thing? Thing set up for current loop? Not even sure it can be. Pretty sure it's just set up for RS-232. Oh, wait, you're saying that's what that is for. Oh, well, that makes sense, actually. Wait a minute. Let's do that. Should be the same, right? Okay. Okay. I'm putting console ROM board in. I'm pressing a button to get me back to where I can adjust the exposure. Putting the console ROM board in. Putting secondary card in. I'm wishing, well, the port fell out because it's stupid. I'm going to go plug the port in. And then we're going to switch the dasher to 20 milliamp current loop. That should be a different set of buffers and nonsense, right? In Vorpal Sword, I could also just build a whole new Micronova from scratch. Impractical solutions are not helpful. All right, so let's see what this does. The answer is nothing. They put it on the same connector? Yeah. I'm not getting anything now. Why? I'm even. It's 1200. Is it possible the pinout's different for 20 milliamp current loop? You set all the jumpers? There are 6? Okay, screw this then. Never mind. No audio. I see the VU meter bumping. One of these points on the cable is bad. Or maybe it just came unplugged. Wish there was a better way to do that. Okay. Okay. That jumper goes to there. You're saying that goes all the way down to the 603. And a jelly bean part somewhere. Apparently I should just go get the schematic. Although it's not really going to help not having it. You know, that's a little scary. I don't like how this chip looks all chewed up here. I do love the giant one silk screened onto it, though. Bank of jumpers is nearest to that chip. 6 through 10. Hey, what pin does TX go to on the 603? Out of curiosity. Yeah. What pin does it go to? It's not 5 by chance, is it? Five is NC? Oh, in more ways than one, apparently. $37 and doohickey majigger. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reflow this chip. Pin 10 looks correct. Yeah, it seems like historically Data General and gold chips don't do so hot. So we're just going to reflow this thing and see what happens. I'm not debating the logic analyzer or oscilloscope setup. Okay. The extra weird thing about that pin 5 and why I called it out is that there are solder pads on That's the wrong chip I was working on, but that doesn't really matter. There are solder pads they're down here. For everything on the bottom. There we go. So it was the outside one, if I remember correctly. Ugh, that one looks gross. Almost looks like they've been replaced. Looking at your photo serial board, I'm not convinced this thing isn't set up for current loop. Are there jumpers on it that are different from the other board? So look at the one that has the console debug ROM. Are the current loop jumpers set different from that? Because that one definitely works as RS-232. All right, here we go. I'm just going to reflow this chip. W28 is set differently. All right, that could be important. But I'm not sure which trace you're talking about. There's a lot of traces here that are all close together. Wow, this old flux is disgusting and awful. It's actually acting as an insulator. Love to carcinogen in the 70s. I didn't mean smell. I just meant it's preventing the solder from sticking. It's literally doing the opposite of its job. Okay. Probably smells nice. Okay. I didn't see the pin 10 that you're mentioning look cracked. Oh, I kind of see it now. Wow, I didn't dwell long enough to reflow it all the way back up to the top. Huh. I definitely would have made contact on the bottom. Yeah, it just... Pin 10 is NC2? Okay. How many pins of this thing are actually used? Yeah, okay. There we go. Especially there's more bad soldering? I don't know. Dude, I'm half tempted to get a light and put it down here. I'm not adjusting the exposure again. You can just pretend. So we're saying there are about 8 that aren't. All right. Let me visually look for shorts. They seem fine. Okay. Nope. That's out of rail. There we go. All right. Serial card only needs 2 pins. Yeah, I know, right? Jeez, so complicated. Okay. Wait, did we even get an output last time? Oh, that was when I had it connected to 20 milliamp. That was different. Okay. Back to RS-232. All right, well, that was a fail. Well, Ben, my suspicion is that the UART is toast. I'm probably not going the direction you're thinking. You say that, do you mean a scope trace on the actual serial TX or any signal on this? What are you talking about when you say that? The actual serial TX. All right. I assume this is the chip that you're saying is the buffer for the output. Don't know which is it. It's 7415. Thought you said what is the part then? because it didn't stick with me, and I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out that seems similar. You mentioned that there was a potential for there to be a part that comes after the 603 that could be bad instead. That would be a jelly bean part that's easy to replace. That's the one that I'm wanting to know where it is right now. I just want to visually confirm it, because I think there are some data general chips that are drop-in replacements for other ones. So I'm trying to determine which chip that might be on here. Oh, the air compressor's on, apparently. U43, okay. Again, don't think it's, I see 42 here. House number is 017, yeah, so it's right here. It's single 07, but that's 42, so maybe that's, or it's that. For an 091. Or 24. We got 23. No, that's jumper 23. So U42, maybe U48, 44. One of them's 44, maybe around there. Or they just decided to put U44 there at some point. I don't know. There are the photos on the wiki that you can look at too, if you just want to circle one and go, here, idiot. That's 7406. 7406. Next to W27. That. Okay. That would make sense. It's right next to that jumper I was mentioning. Okay. Solder on it has some suboptimal looking pins. All right. Gonna reflow this. And then when it doesn't work, because obviously that would be too easy, because I'm starting out with checking for cracked solder joints, we'll probe TX. Pin. That's a lot of stuff. All right, let me put this in.
RHK77SIZCHEER 100. I admire your calmness in soldering.
End of line.
It's an area where you really don't want to get it wrong. I try very hard to be zen when soldering. Yeah, because that's the thing, Ben. There are just no reference designators on here. There's no chip map either, it seems like, so yeah. Why did that do nothing this time? Oh, because I didn't plug in the serial cable in the back. Insert complaint about card edge connectors here. All right. Let's see what we're sending. Yes, the dasher, it's all configured correctly. Beep. Just beginning the nightmare for the serial probing. Oh, wait, that really doesn't help. I have to have 2 of these. Oh, no. If I do it there, that'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Let me just make sure it behaves the same with the adapters. It does not. I'm sorry, Ben. It's one of like 3 chips that are actually labeled. Is that null modem? It better be. Well, it doesn't matter now. Trying to do logic analyzing. That's not going to work. Or scope probing at the least. Now I have to fight stupid serial nonsense so that I can try and get this into a position where I can probe it. There. Okay, that works, but it doesn't work through the adapter? What? This doesn't change anything. Oh my gosh. Literally every single... Okay. It's gonna work now. Not like function, but now I can probe. Okay. That's right, can't control that from this computer. Let's switch over to here. Or I can just push a button. Is it this button? Huh. It's not this button, is it? Ruh-roh. Right then. We will just ignore that. All right, here is the serial connection. I'm going to connect it really far off because I don't have any choice to the HP16500Z, which doesn't want to show up on any devices, and I don't feel like trying to find that for an hour, so we're not going to mess with that. Okay. So you're getting shoot off screen. There was a spot right here on the video that was something dirty on the Nikon sensor. Ooh! And I'm glad I'm holding, not the Nikon, the Blackmagic. I'm glad I'm holding the camera because it's trying to kill itself right now with the mount falling off of the table. Okay. Done. Run. I'm just going to run repetitive. Okay. So if I turn the system off and then on, I didn't see a single thing get transmitted. Looks like it probably did. So, stop, channel, trigger, C1 positive, single. Why did you trigger level? What am I, what's it currently at? Auto measure. Okay. We set to 1200 baud? Yeah. I love it how the auto trigger message blocks the data here. That's really great design, HP. Because I didn't want to know what frequency something is. That's useless information. Commit the cardinal auto scale. Continue. It's just going to zoom in on that. I gotta be honest, I didn't even realize it had auto scale. It's not supposed to be transmitting anything right now. I have an idea. Because if I do that, that should transmit data. So if I find a couple of heavy things and put them on repeat and slash, maybe I can just hold it and look over. Just give me a moment. I'm going to try and force it to constantly send data. Just looking at what's the best way to do that. Okay, it's constantly sending data now. Boom, look, data, yay, data. Sure, you want me to adjust the probe to not do the thing, but whatever. Is it just me, or is it always sending the same character back? What do you mean? Oh. Wait. Okay. What did it even trigger on? So, rip UART? Because I'm thinking rip UART. Where to get a new UART? Well, I mean, I was just looking at one on DigiKey. In stock. Guess how many UARTs are in stock? I almost don't want to buy one. It is a marketplace product, yeah. It does say it ships from New York at least, so... So what are you thinking, Ben? Because we're getting... Bits are toggling that look correct, but it's not sending actual data. What's the amplitude? It doesn't really matter. The problem is that it's not sending data. Unless, could it be a buffer chip that's going into the UART that's bad? Now I'm going to have to actually look at the schematic. Is this the output of the UART? It's for the whole RS2. This is literally in the middle of the RS232 connection between the dasher and the computer. The UART might be acting correctly, but has no data coming into it. So it's possible that whatever formats the data to send to the UART is bad. Could be the 603 chip. That's not an option, remember. Not allowed to be that. Okay, dock, hardware. CPU, micro, schematics. Async. Boom. No, that's not it. Is that it? U36, transmit, receive. It's gotta be that thing. Okay. So... Here's the problem, Ben, why it's not trivial. You want me to probe a chip on the async card. The chip goes in the backplane. The backplane is in the Micronova. The Micronova has a top. None of the clips will stay in place if I try to put them in there. Let's just assume the logic analyzer is right in front of it. Basically, I have to pull the card cage out and put it on top. Then we have to actually set up the logic analyzer, which to go through all the steps correctly, I mean, I guess Soldered flying lead to the pin of interest. Yeah. What's the difference between data 1, data 2, and input? Okay, those look like backplane labels there. Oh no, we're definitely at logic analyzer point. I'm just, no, there is no parts can. Well, I mean, parts cannon on the UART's probably viable, but yeah. So these are unique pins on here, but these are also seemingly unique pins there on there. Ben, I'm not sure what you were answering as far as the question. I got off track. Oh, those are the same. Oh, that. Okay. Well, looking at the schematics, make an extension board is not an option right now. It's feeling almost like something that I should have done at this point, but we have only had to work on 2 cards, it's looking like. Yeah, the Nova 4 one, I probably will. So here's what I wanted to know, why I'm looking. It looks like this 603 is used for receiving. It gets its data here, and then it puts it on the bus, I'm guessing. So we got a bus transceiver here, but critically, this is a transceiver. So this puts data onto the bus from this direction, and then this makes it available. This one reads the bus and then sends it into the UART. So realistically, there are 3 chips. It's the bus buffer, the UART, or the I/O controller, which basically parallelizes the data to send it to the UART, and then the UART, which reserializes the data to send. So unless this part, the 636, is bad in one direction only, then it's the 603. Where'd I put that spare RAM card? Oh, I guess I can just look at a picture of any RAM card. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, the 636, I agree, is almost certainly fine. But I would like to know something. Whoa! I didn't realize that before. Well, that's kind of cool. So there's an off-the-shelf drop-in part for the 606. Heck yeah. This particular memory board is almost entirely off-the-shelf parts. That could be cool for later. Oh, that may not be 606 because there's two different kinds of memory boards that I have. We get the expected number of characters back. We do not get any difference in characters. Well, actually now, is that totally true? Okay, yeah, actually it probably is true. Can you post a link to the schematic? Ben would be better at that because I just have it downloaded. I'm just looking at that. Okay, the memory board does not have a 636, unfortunately. I know for sure it doesn't have a 603, and unfortunately I lost the eBay auction for a 603 because it went for like $260. Ha 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 ha. So yeah, kind of tempted to parts Canon UART because if it's not that, I'm boned. The 603 is custom. This is the 603. Okay. Let's get set up to probe the Micronova. Trying to find things that aren't 603 as the cause. It's 603 or the UART. Those are the two options. It will be extremely frustrating if it's a 603. In theory, again, I could have bought one, but I still don't. Like $300 to fix it, maybe $300. I don't know what their top bid was. We reflowed the 603, but did not reflow the UART. But don't think it's going to be cracked solder joints, because the 603 is the only thing that has a serial connection before. Well, no, that's not true. The 636 has a serial connection, but it receives data correctly, so it has to be. It can't be cracked solder. It just can't be, because it wouldn't receive data if it was a 636, and it wouldn't be all ones, I suspect, for the whatever the other thing is. Sanity's request there is actually not only viable, but yes. One moment. I don't know why, but that computer seems to have lost chat sync. It's not quite a schematic, but there is a ton of information about what the 603 does. Don't know if it would be entirely possible to make a replacement with all of that, but that looks schematic-y. So there might be enough there. So, not impossible. Making me nauseous, yeah. Okay. Oh, VHDL time, yeah. Kind of want that back. Alrighty. So many cards. Where did I put that pink foam? There we go. That's felt. That's literally the opposite. There's one with a hole in it. Where did I put it? I held it 3 minutes ago. Eyes smirt. Okay. Okay. That's all of that back in. Now we repopulate the cards. Be better to do it from the bottom up. Make sure I get them in the right slots. How does this thing still smell like dust? It's been cleaned so many times. If you have any concerns about it being on top of a metal plate here with the bottom CPU card there, don't sweat it, because guess what? The inside of this is metal too. So it's always on top of metal. There's no difference in this setup versus how it normally is. It feels wrong to me, but I have to remind myself, no, that's just how it is. Cape sucks. Having these cards be loose. G-Pin, it's hard to say. I really don't know. Okay. That is that reassembled. Theory, that should turn on and work now. But there are a couple of other things I want to figure out. Like for one, why this is not refreshing anymore. I think Sponge Wi-Fi went down. Let me reset the Pi. Okay. Now, why am I not getting video capture from the 16500? Because we're going to want that. That should be... Is it that? Might be that. Ugh. Okay, I need my light. Where did I put the light? Thought I put it in my back pocket, which means I probably took it out of my pocket when I sat down. Yep, and it's on a chair over here. Okay. Okay. Is the cable, I think, is for the scope, the cable for the scope. Let's connected to that could explain it. Matrix. This. That should be working. Why is it not? Although I do have this. Ow! Why? Yeah. Why am I not getting video out now? Knowing how I can't see that because it's such a big, stupid piece of hardware. Oh my gosh. I swear VGA cable is plugged into it. I'm not getting video from it. Ugh. Unless, oh my gosh. Ugh. Ah. Yeah. Blam! There we go. Okay. So we got that. We have functional mouse and keyboard. Okay. Getting closer. Whew. Big, fancy dip clip time. And I think I'm going to grab a floppy for this, and I'm going to set it up on there in case I ever want to do this again on the B. Don't flag now, yeah. Luckily that worked without too much fuss. Yeah, we got super lucky that it still had all the correct scalar settings. So lucky. Okay. How to proceed? Twitch didn't notify me again. I do have a schedule that you can click below the stream to know exactly when it'll be, but it's also always at the exact same times every weekend. Unless I skip the stream, like I had to, because I picked up a second dasher. Are we ready to just connect it for probing? I guess we are. Yeah. right. You know what? So let me just quickly demonstrate this. Well, I didn't say email notifications. No schedule, just forgot. All right. So here's how this is going to work. I'm going to put on an ESD strap before I touch it. This is a chip clip. Nom, nom, nom. You clip it on there. Crunch. And then it gives you pins up here. Now the significance of these pins that I can take my logic analyzer probes and I can plug them into this. That's important because it means it can't pull out at random and it's really easy to maintain. We don't even have to get this probe clipped up over here. We're gonna actually do it over on table because I don't have to do it there. So hold on, sorry, I'm gonna make you throw up. Gonna get to do this over here where I can look up the pinout of the UART. And then at the same time, I'm gonna set up the logic analyzer for this because that has to be set up in a particular way. So let me grab this. I'm gonna want that. Get the keyboard here. All right, do I still have, you know what? These are the screws that go to the back plane. I don't want to lose these. I guess I should just screw them in. Or I'll just grab a bag that I got down here and I'll just drop the whole bag in there. Ground somewhere? Yeah, well, let me just look it up. Okay. So I think I've got one of these that shows just a partial. Yeah, why is that in the middle though? There. All right. AY 5, 10, 13. Okay. Not all data sheet. All right. Keyboard does read credit cards. Here. Watch this. Give me 1 second. Nothing super critical, just weird. Okay, check this out. Holiday Inn card. Of course it doesn't work. Why would it work? Maybe I need to actually... No? Really? Could have picked a better letter to accidentally type. I don't think I have any other cards that are acceptable to swipe here. Let me see. Does that have a mag stripe? No, it's barcode. That's barcode. Okay, that is paper, barcode, barcode, bank card, bank card, bank card. And this one has potential to leak stuff. And then driver's license. Okay, let me just check something here. So it's been a while since I've used it. It might not be working anymore. I think it doesn't work anymore. Maybe I disabled in software. I don't know. Weird. All right. The Micronova. Ben, can you link the Micronova schematic thing for the async card real quick? Got hit with bulk floppy eraser, yeah. Come on, there we go. I said click. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm glad I checked. Yeah, alrighty. Yeah, I know, Ben. I just wanted to visually confirm it all. Man, that's a really terrible scan of this data sheet. Okay. So, we got a doohickey majigger, and we got the thingamabob, and we put them together. Okay. But also the logic analyzer, which is where this gets super slow. So, let's start this journey. Don't I have this bound to a button? Hold on. What's this called? Desktop. It's probably maybe this one. This might have to be closed. Nope. Other one. Okay, now, perfect. System, I didn't grab the floppy. Oh, I have some over here. Okay, let's make this one red. Alrighty. Configuration, flexible disk. At this point I'm adopting, if I don't laugh, I'll cry attitude. Yeah. Unsupported format. Yep, that's what we're doing here. Okay. We're going to format disk. I think the B does DOS format, so we'll just hope for the best. Go. Continue. So, one of the reasons that this sucks to do is that we're going to set up the logic analyzer with the pins correctly laid out. so that we can have the test be repeatable, which means I need to be able to save this stuff. We need somewhere to... All right, fine, we're going to save it. Well, we'll try lif, just for kicks. What'd you miss? Frankly, not a lot. We're about to try to logic analyze the UART on the second serial card. Looks like this is not going to work. I wonder if this floppy drive is bad. All right. Well, we're going to save it to the hard drive, I suppose. So, fine. State timing. Pod 1. We're going to go here. Name... AY 5 10 13. Done. Configuration format. Here we go. Told you I spent nearly a week battling mine because HP didn't bother to implement out of disk space error for message for HPIP downloads. Oh gosh. Okay, modify label. So, this is annoying. We have the control line. I don't know what that is. It's not just going to +5, is it? Do we only need the data bits? Because I feel like we need something. XMT, is that transmit? We probably want that. So we probably want pin 40. So we'll start. It's tied high. Yeah, it's always reading. Okay. So we're gonna set XMT here as our main signal and trigger because I assume it's gonna set up all of the data bits. It might pulse data strobe, but we're gonna do is transmit clock. No. Okay. So which one is start transmit then? Data strobe. Strobe in this line will enter the data bits into the holding register. Ah, that seems better. Okay, so we want data strobe. Yeah. State analysis with data strobe as a clock. Hold on. State's scary though. No, because I couldn't order enough of them to get overnight shipping. Why would I do state and not timing? State is 100% what I want? Yeah, okay. Well, this is on your hands when we don't get this working today then. All right. So we'll state sync on strobe. On pin 1. Okay, well, pin 0. Give you an ASCII listing of the bytes it's sending? You're trying to make this too fancy now. I just wanted to know, are they all ones or not? And now you're like, oh, let's decode data. Ooh. Ben making it all complicated. Just put the 8 data bits there? You mean that goes on a different one, though. We'll put that here. This will be data. And we'll put it on there. So this will be our trigger. And then this will be our data. And probably back one. Strobe line need to connect to... man. Let's have the clock pin. Yeah.
Hand over the control to Ben. This seems to be Panther CHER 100.
End of line.
Ben likes to actually use his logic analyzer. That's the thing here. Thank you for the 100 bits, RHK. Man. Now you just... gonna make me actually figure out how to do this stuff. Almost like I... The only reason I'm doing this way is because we're gonna need to know how to do this when we get to decoding the keyboard matrix, because apparently, or the keyboard input, because that's apparently gonna be ASCII. It's a cool looking tool. This is an amazing logic analyzer. It's just insanely complicated. So put data pins wherever you want on the pod, just having a clock signal. That's important. You know you want to point and laugh at me and blame me when it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. So I'm now just looking at this thing, the data sheet, because I'm going to line up all of the data bits in order. Okay. So from pin 26 on, so 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I can't remember. Are we allowed to have waveforms in state mode? Probably need. Why is that black? Why'd the camera turn off? That's concerning. Camera's not allowed to be dead. Just letting you know. That's not permitted. Okay. Anyway, do we get waveform? Not sure I understand the question. It can show you waveforms as well as the state listing. Okay. Yeah, it's weird they call it waveform. I don't see it as a wave, but isn't that what it calls it? Like, is it chart when it's state and then waveform when it's timing? Oh, that's it. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. This one is like, it's not a happy pin. Come on. I don't want to slip and stab my finger while I'm trying to plug this in. Just get on there. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's super screwed. This will only mean anything to Ben, but it's recessed in like a good 3 millimeters. The actual contacts. I don't think that one's ever going to work again. I don't even know how that happens. Well, I got it on there anyway. Let's give her a whirl. The standard DuPont socket, it's cast. The answer is no. Nothing about this is standard. Skip and leave a gap in the information without problems. Oh, no. You don't understand. That was bonus. Wish I could click that. Boom. Okay. All right. How do ASCII? Okay. It would be symbol, but we're oh gosh, I regret. Why did I click? No. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, binary. The DS pin, yes. So here you go. That's the setup there. So 0 through 7, 8 is on serial out. That's the clock-a-majigger. Although there's no sticker on there. There is a sticker on there. Okay. Remember a ground. Yep. Ground's right here. Don't worry. I got ground totally ready. I don't know why these ones have these like stupid short little black ones on here. They're super annoying. But I'm just going to clip this to something else like a capacitor. Okay. So real quick. Show me that clip again. What clip? One moment. The ground clip? You don't got to worry about the ground clip. It's fine. Why is this not charging? Wait, the camera's not charging. Also, what the heck? I did not hook up anything to pin 24. Why is my camera not charging? Okay, I'm going to try swapping out the Blackmagic power supply for another one. This is the only spare I have. Okay, so the power supply I thought was for the Black Magic goes to the ATEM. Which means I know what is causing the power outage. Dude, this is too complicated. Okay, everything's fine in video camera land. There's nothing wrong. We're going to lose video. I'm not getting into what happened. Let's just move on. Okay. 24, Ben, you want pin 24? What do I name it? Oh my gosh, what's wrong with the Extron? Where'd my directory go? Okay. All right. So it's not that. How is it this? It's completely screwed, but that'll at least be visible. Oh. Okay, or not. Okay. Clipping onto the UART. Okay, getting the lowest numbered pod I can. Finding a cap ground. Okay, I gotta like actually pay attention to what's ground. One moment. Are you guys seeing stuff or what? Like, you got kicked off? Yeah, that was an actual Twitch problem. Because I've not dropped any frames.
SICHER 100 IC chips.
End of line.
JJ, thank you for the 100 bits there. We're gonna... Did YouTube fail over? I don't know. I think you're still missing the DS line. I thought... Okay, let's add that. That's right, I need to reload this. Pin 23 to clock. Thought you wanted pin 40 to clock. Okay. I am moving the clock to pin 23. This, ground, 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 and grounded. Okay. That keeps the pod cable from tugging on this and causing any problems. Plug this in here. I do need to reconnect the terminal backplane connector thing so that I can send it characters so that we can actually read something. Super short pod grow leads in these annoy me. Yeah. Appreciate this is not going well. It is not. Okay. There's all that. Let me go turn on the dasher. We'll verify that we're getting capture on that. We are indeed, and it's not even completely screwed. Okay. I am plugging the computer into power. Everything, just last moment. Check. Backplane's not terminated. I gotta be honest, I don't think it actually needs to be. But I'll just plug it into the card cage after putting the ESD strap back on. I'm even gonna make smart enough comment. Okay, this goes here. I think. It's been too long. I'm just gonna double check. This is not the day to be doing I think so's. Let's see, just give me a photo of the backplane. Yep, that's where it goes. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Okay, we need a different ground clip because that one disconnected and then shorted against power rails. This time, I think I'm going to use a Tektronix clip because I think those ones hold a little more securely. Yeah, so these are a J-lead clip. That's less likely to fall off.
JJDB 210SIZHEER 100. Was it just the cable, or did something else smoke?
End of line.
Pretty sure it was just the plastic connector. But the two sides of this capacitor are now shorted. So I'm not 100% sure what just happened. Okay. It was just charging a capacitor. Now that's staying stable, but only when it's plugged into power. That's not shorted. Okay, it's correctly displaying stuff to the dasher. What do I want to be on? Listing bin for when I turn it on? With the probe connected? Okay. Repetitive? Probably. Single.
Belgiumet says let's leave it there for sanity's sake. S.Ori it didn't work out, but have this as a token of appreciation for humoring me so much today. CHER 500.
End of line.
This is now connected to ground pin 3. Ben, thank you for the 500 bits. We're doing this. Okay. Pin 3 here, which should be ground. Okay. So we're going to do a single run. We're going to turn the unit on. I don't see anything there. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to run that one more time and go look at the dasher. Okay, it is in fact sending data. It stored things? Is it just showing ASCII solid block? Well, that's fun. All right. We have one serial card in the Micronova. I can go ahead and pull that one out. And wish that I had spent $300 on eBay. Swap the cards? Why would we swap some? There was one for sale that has already sold.
Green Source subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 38 months.
End of line.
Spyro the Proto subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 38 months.
It's not a UART, Paul.
End of line.
I have zero confidence that the eBay chip would work. Green Source, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there, and for 38 months. No, 38 months. I appreciate that. Spyro the Proto, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 38 months as well. Swap 603 is the same card in case the issue is that you two cannot drive data pins, but can still read them. Interesting concept. I feel like that wouldn't be the case if it's all of the pins. Astronomically small chance you are just pulling signals down. I don't think so. It's not likely, but if it's dead, it's not going to kill it harder. That is true. All right. Well, that's going to be it for today. The answer was, well, we're done with the investigations on the serial card, at least. That's for sure. We know probably what the problem is. It's almost certainly not the UART. There are not a lot of parts that have 603 on it. So finding one of those, it's not going to be easy. Although I say there's not a lot of parts that have it. A lot of things do actually have it. The 603 exists on the 6095 controller for the hard drive back there. At least I think it does. Or is that the 601? Pretty sure it's the 603. Let's see. It's a socketed... I can't read it. Oh, well. It doesn't really matter. Probably not going to find one of those. So, accepting donations for the hugs. Yeah. Thanks, we got dual smokes. That's a rare one. Yeah, same problem. Any Nova I/O device should have at least one. Possibly, yeah. But only Micronova stuff is basically what I'm saying. The Micronova stuff seems to be fairly rare. So, all right. We are going to call that there, so I'm going to run the outro. Well, that sucks. But at least now we know. Huh. Yeah. So I guess next time we work on the Micronova, we will attempt to get the CRT edit program onto there. And I'm gonna have to re-sysgen a disk without a second serial card on it. So that will be another step, but yeah. So, all right. Huh. Well, thank you all for being here. If you follow to be notified when I go live again, I should end while I still can. If you want to support the channel, you can find me on Patreon, get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you all next time.